just for fun. Libero Octavia Wong, outside Marcel, opposite Tanaya Joseph, middle Kelsey Beltman, middle Kelly Nyhoff, outside Hannah DeSano, center Jackie Ellis, opposite Megan Beatty, outside hitter Samantha Clary, center Karina Maluska. For BPA Joe Shot, middle blocker Evelyn Andre, outside hitter Ainsley Wimmer, setter Charlotte Davis. Whoa. Look, it's on full ball. That's why. They didn't transition it yet. So when you upload a new, oh, this is on. Yep. So what happened? VPA kill shot, middle blocker Evelyn Andre, outside hitter Ainsley Wimmer, setter Charlotte Davison, middle blocker Claire Bowman, libero Kiana McKee, outside hitter Eva Romanis, setter Harlow Surson, libero Lucy Parsons, middle blocker Maddie Severite, and middle blocker Maggie Farndon. And again, for Team Just for Fun.
All right, well then, as usual, I guess
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Athletics and Recreation Center on the campus of Queen's University for the 3rd annual Volleyball Pro Am tournament. I'm Kyle Compo, joined alongside by one of the organizers and last year's MVP.
Oh yeah.
Zach Hutchison. Zach, how are you, buddy?
Good, how are you doing?
Good, great to be back.
Glad to have you here.
We're going to be getting set up for the second match in pool play here in Pool A for the women's draw. We will see Just for Fun taking on VPA Killshot. So our Just for Fun roster is Octavia Wong as a team captain, Shanice Marcel, Shania Joseph, Kelsey Veltman, Kelly Nyhoff, Hannah DeShano, Jackie Ellis, Megan Beatty, and Samantha Clary. And the VPA Killshot team, Captain Evelyn Andre, outside hitter Ainsley Wimmer, setter Charlotte Davison, middle Claire Bowman, libero Kiana McKee, outside hitter Eva Romanis, setter Harlow Surson, libero Lucy Parsons, middle Maddie Severite, and middle Maggie Farndon.
This Just for Fun team was our previous champions last year in our first women's pro-am, and they're quite a squad this year, I'll tell you that. They brought some additions to the squad, and I think made them even better than they were last year, which feels like it's hard to beat, but they're gonna be quite good. So I'm excited to see them play this weekend.
So starting off the match with the opening serve is Killshot, and it'll be Surson with the serve. With her serve mistouch there, and it's a point for Just for Fun. She'll bring Gales women's head coach Shanice Marcel to the service line for the first time today. Be a topper upcoming here by Marcel. It's passed up, forearm set by Surson to the outside, tipped into the block there, and it's brought back for another point for Just for Fun. Set a little bit in tight and having to adjust there is Andre, the block ready for it. And Marcel will go back to serve once again. Pass up comes in
That's
tight.
a great pass.
Surson able to get there, tipped over the top as Andre gets the first point for VPA Killshot. And that'll bring Parsons back to serve here for VPA. Shallow serve passed up by Wong. Forearm set, just gets pushed over in the free ball. Surson, forearm set, rolled over on the right side by Andre. Set comes in tight, they run into the middle. McKee with a touch, but rolls off the arms and out of play. It's a side out there for Just for Fun. They're back up by a pair, it's 3-1. Brings Hannah DeShano into the front court for Just for Fun. Float serve passed up by McKee. Surson, set over, tipped over by Romanis. Tipped back over, able to scramble to get there. Kept alive here by Killshot. Set by Surson to the outside. Romanis into the block, and it's sent back and a point for Just for Fun as they're up 4-1.
Kelly Nyhoff with the serve there. Nice little standing float.
Swing through the block that time by Romanis. And back to the left side, tipped off the top of the block, and a point goes to Just for Fun as Nyhoff will continue her service run. Got to get into the middle this time on the swing by Andre, met by a block there by Veltman. And it's 6-1 for Just for Fun. Nyhoff back to serve again here. 3 back and receive for VPA Killshot. Good float serve, passed up by McKee. Forearm ball by Surson, sent over by Romanis. In transition here now for Just for Fun as DeShano gets up over top of the block.
She's quite physical, Kyle. She had a really good season this year in Romania. Played for CSO Voluntary, and they ended up winning the league, which is quite hard to do in professional volleyball. But she was a key member in that run from them, and it was a great season overall.
And plenty of flashbacks of the success Hannah DeShano's had in this gym in her time at Queens. Off the net and the roll shot there. Set back to the right side and a swing through. Can't quite get there on the block, and the point goes to Just for Fun. So the service run continuing here for Veltman. In the front row of Beatty, Veltman, Nyhoff serving, Veltman in the front row. Good swing and a cut down the line, that time by Romanis, but it's dug up. Swing back the other way and a block by Andre. Gets up to meet the swing there by DeShano. And a great end to the run. Great service run by Nyhoff, but the block there by Andre gets up to meet the swing by DeShano. And it's 8-2, and that brings Severite back to serve. It's a short one into the net. Gives the point back to Just for Fun. That'll bring McKee back onto the floor. 9-2, the advantage here for Just for Fun in the opening set. Float serve this time by Beatty. Set to the outside, sent over on the free ball by Romanis. Set on the right side ball and a great swing that time. As Romanis trying to get over to close the block. As Just for Fun gets into double digits, it's 10-2. As Megan Beatty back to serve here. It's a deep float serve. And it's out the back and a point back to VPA. That'll bring heavy Andre back to serve. 3 dropped in and serve received. The float serve catches the tape. Pass comes in tight, set to the outside, tipped over the top. Able to get there is Romanis. Scrambling to keep it alive. Great job by VPA. Kill shot sent back over by Bowman. Set to the left side, blocked through, and McKee picks it up. Second ball taken, sent over by Romanis. Set onto the right side. Swing, tools off the block. And the point goes to Just for Fun, but a great rally on both sides of the net. Some great digs and some out-of-system work here by VPA Kill Shot. But a great finish to the rally on the other side of the net by Just for Fun. Pass comes up, McKee. Pass comes in tight. Flush back there by Shanice Marcel. And it's a 12-3 advantage. Short serve goes through for an ace. Float serve here. Passed up by McKee, able to get there Surson. Sets it to the left side, Romanis swings high off the top of the block. Push to the left side to Marcel and is able to swing over top of the block for the cross-court swing. As Just for Fun leads 14-3 here in the opening set. First match of the tournament for both of these teams. Passed up by Romanis. Surson into the middle to Bowman, tipped over the top of the block, and the point to VPA Kill Shot. Seeing the timing of the block set up there, is Bowman able to find it. And it's 14-4. With Romanis back to serve. Set to the right side, and what a great set that time. And sort of a 50-51 set that time. By Jackie Ellis. Passed up by McKee to the outside. Parsons swings over top of the block. Ellis into the middle and find the back corner. And it's a 16-4 advantage here for Just for Fun. And a pass up that time by Parsons. Just clips the antenna on the way out. And it's an ace for Just for Fun. They're leading 17-4 here in this opening set. Float serve comes cross court. Surson to the outside. Parsons, and a great swing. Tools through the block as VPA kill shot with the side out. Great swing by Lucy Parsons. And that'll bring Claire Bowman back to serve for VPA kill shot. So again, the first matchup of the tournament for both of these teams will be a back-to-back for Just for Fun, as they will take on Rally Squad in the next matchup. Set to the left side, Marcel able to swing through the block, and the point goes to Just for Fun. Float serve by Ellis. Able to scramble to get there. Point goes on the ace for Just for Fun. As Jackie Ellis with the ace plays her pro volleyball in Belgium. It's a 19-5 advantage here for Just for Fun. Deep float serve, passed up by McKee. Able to get there is Andre. Sent over on the free ball by Parsons. Scramble, free ball transition. Ellis into the middle, and a great rip that time as Nyhoff gets up over top of the block and swings to put it away. The advantage now 20-5 for Just for Fun. Float serve. Gonna go hand pass there, and it's passed for the ace for Just for Fun. Second match of the tournament for VPA kill shot will be over in the other gym. So we're broadcasting here on Volleyball Source YouTube. Ellis, right side ball set to the outside, able to get there on the pass, and then an overpass swing put back by Just for Fun. On the attack by Beattie. And it's 22-5. Forearm ball there by Surson. She's going to get sent over on the free ball. Passed up by Wong in transition. Ellis to the right side. Beattie comes through and finds the back corner. It's a 23-5 advantage. 2 points to push here now for Just for Fun to close out the opening set. Float serve. Goes right in between the seams. Is having to get up there as Surson. Recycles off the block. Romanis pushed to the outside. Good cut by Parsons to get out there to get power behind it. Roll shot by Marcel, able to sneak through the block. And that brings us to set point here for Just for Fun, leading 24-5. Passed up by McKee. Surson into the middle to Sebright. Passed off arms, going to get brought back into play there by Beattie. Sent over on the free ball. Opportunity here now for kill shot. To the outside. Parsons with a good swing off the block, and it's brought back. And the point goes to Just for Fun. And it might be a point ahead. So now set point. Forearm hand pass there by Romanis, rolled over. And a point goes to VPA kill shot. With a scramble that drops inside the attack line. 24-6. That'll bring Harlow Surson back to serve here for VPA kill shot. Float serve by Surson. Ellis tipped into the middle and able to sneak it through on the attack there is Nyhoff. And that gives the opening set to Just for Fun. They take it 25-6. Join us back for the second set. You're watching the 2026 VPA here in Kingston. Welcome back to the second set of match number 2 here at the 2026 VPA. Opening set goes to Just for Fun, and it's an ace to start the second set for Just for Fun. And they are the top seed and defending champions of this tournament, looking to claim their second in a row. Again, it's Ellis on the service line. Short serve, able to get there, and it's back-to-back aces to start the second set for Jackie Ellis. Passed up on the far side by Romanis. Davison. Set comes inside, tipped over there by Parsons. Second ball taken on the forearm, pass to the outside, kept alive. Sent over there by Beatty. And sent over on the free ball there by Parsons. Ellis, good push to the outside. DeShano off the block, comes back. Catches the sideline, and the point goes to VPA. On the block on the far side by Charlotte Davison, and she'll now go back to set. Float serve comes out the back. And it's a service error. Point goes to Just for Fun. Good, how are you? Good. Here's serve from DeShano. Passed up by Romanis. Davison into the middle. Just off the mark on the set to the inside there to Farndon. As DeShano come back to serve. 4-1 advantage here for Just for Fun. Passed up there by McKee. Sent over, goes out the back. And the point goes to Just for Fun on the attacking error. Three dropped in and received. Davison ready to come into the front court. Float serve again by DeShano. Intercepted there by Farndon. Sent over in the free ball by Andre. Ellis takes first ball. Wong second to the outside. Clary on the swing. Comes back on the overpass. And there to put it away is Megan Beatty. And it's 6-1 in the second set. Great effort on both sides of the net here, though. As VPA kill shot. Some excellent rallies and defensive efforts. And some great swings as well, finding a couple that have chiseled off the block a handful of times throughout the course of the match so far. Making the adjustment there is Farndon. Ellis to the right side, off the block, comes back in, catches the sideline. And the point goes in. As VPA gets back on the board, it's 6-2 and a great block on the left side. Great job getting up on the block that time by VPA. And it's 6-2. Serve there by Parsons. Wong has to scramble to get there. Ellis is just going to get rolled over there by Nyhoff. Set back to the right side, tipped over by Andre. Scramble to get it across and sent over by Beatty. Great location on the free ball there by Megan Beatty. Now tipped over. Ellis back to the outside. Clary with a great cut into the corner. As Clary sort of putting her pinky down. And with that approach, cuts into the corner. Having a laugh about it after, but great location there by Clary. And that'll bring Nyhoff back to serve. A 7-2 advantage for Just for Fun. Davison set to the outside. Romanis, good cross-court swing. Kept alive by Ellis. DeShano out of the back row. Well defended there by VPA. Going to keep it alive? No. Just goes out of play. And it's an 8-2 advantage. Nyhoff back to serve. Good float serve by Nyhoff. Kept it alive, swinging out of the back row is Parsons, off the arms of DeShano. The point goes to VPA, and it's 8-3. Bring Wong back onto the floor as Nyhoff will come off and catch a breather out of the back row. Good float serve, passed up by DeShano. Good set into the middle and then able just to cut was Veltman. Bit of a gap in between the block as Veltman, a great swing. A good find on the set that time by Ellis. Good serve by Beatty off the forearms and out of play. As Megan Beatty will come back to serve once again here. Pass comes in tight, having to adjust and keep it alive as kill shot. Passed up, sent to the outside, and the swing by Clary gets over top of the block. Great location on the set by Ellis, good pace on the swing by Clary. And it's an 11-3 advantage, and Beatty back to serve here once again for Just for Fun. And the 1 seed, the defending champions of this tournament, as that one catches a bit of wind and drops to the floor on the service ace. (12-3). Again, we'll have Just for Fun taking on Rally Squad in the next matchup. And another ace that time by Beatty. Able to find the sideline for the ace. And a 13-3 advantage here for Just for Fun. Good float serve. Goes out of bounds that time, and the service run comes to an end, and a .2 VPA kill shot. So it'll be Evie Andre back to serve here now for VPA kill shot. Great serve by Andre. Passed up by DeShano. Ellis able to get there, gets it up to Clary. Good job there by Clary to get up. See the gaps in the defense. The block had gone up to commit. Clary adjusts, pushes to the tee as Clary now back to serve. Clary playing professional volleyball in Austria for Salzburg. And it'll be an ace for Clary. Gets the advantage to 15-4 here for Just for Fun. Float serve by Clary. Davison gets there. Pushed over by Romanis. Get to the right side, and the block gets there. No, it's the timing on the block there, but a little bit of gap off the net. Drops to the floor. Another point for Just for Fun. It's 16-4. Forearm pass comes back over on the free ball. It's a good high ball for VPA kill shot to get set up. Set to the outside. DeShano tips over and able to find the spot on the floor. Has been lots of pace, lots of physical attacking here for Just for Fun in the opening set and a half. But that time, DeShano maybe having the defense brace for one of those more physical, hard shot selections. Able just to navigate through with a clever and effective tip. Tip back over. Kept alive and can't quite convert, is able to get there to set up the block. Thank you. How are you? We're up and running. It's all good. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Served by Clary. It's a short one, but it's passed over on the overpass. Step back to the outside, and this time DeShano swings away. Just as effective from a shot with a bit more pace as it was with the tip. And here's Clary. Of a pop float serve, passed into the middle. Bowman able to adjust, gets it sent over. Good dig on the overpass that time by Andre. Set on the step around, able to move and get to the block. Great timing again by VPA kill shot, but using it well. As it's 19-4. And again, good activity along the net by Veltman to see the block and tool it off. As that'll bring Clary back to serve. And a 19-4 lead here for Just for Fun. Swing by Andre, trying to go across, gets caught up in the tape. Point two, Just for Fun. As it's a 20-4 advantage here. Good float serve there by Clary. Davison set to the outside, met by a block, but a great swing again by Romanis, but there for the block was Jackie Ellis. Again, great sequence on both sides of the net. It's the VPA kill shot team made up of some of the local Kingston Rock club players. And doing an excellent job here against this team full of pros and national players. Float serve by Clary. Pass comes in tight. Bowman has to adjust. I'm going to scramble to get there. Can't quite get it over on third contact as the point goes to Just for Fun. And a serve that time goes short into the net. The point goes to VPA kill shot. Good serve by Romanis, passed up by Clary. Set to the left side on the swing by DeShano. Does she find the baseline? No. Goes out of bounds, no touch on the block, and the point goes to kill shot. As Romanis back to serve again. Passed up by Wong. Set by Ellis to the outside to DeShano. Good dig on defense that time by Romanis to the outside, tipped over the top. Brought back in central. Ellis able to get there to DeShano. Over top, dug up by Romanis. Davison to the outside, and the swing gets rolled over. Passed up by Wong, and then just flushed back. Dug up there by Andre. Sent over on the free ball by Bowman. Great rally this time to the right side. Straight down the line on the swing. And that will do it as Just for Fun takes the second set 25-6 and win the opening match of their tournament here against VPA Killshot, 2-0. Join us back for the next matchup. Again, it'll be Just for Fun once again taking on Rally Squad, which will be taking place coming up in about 15 minutes time. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back to the VPA 2026 here at Queen's University. Is the third matchup of the day underway here on the main court. It is Just for Fun taking on Rally Squad. Set to the outside, and the first point of the game goes off the block from Shanice Marcel. A great swing on that left side, but Marcel able to get up. Great timing on the block. And it is now Marcel back to serve. Topper by Shanice Marcel. Passed up in receive, forearm set to the outside. Swing comes back across, passed up by Clary. Forearm ball to the pipe, roll shot there by Marcel. Dug up and just adjusted over. Gonna get sent over there by Clary. Set to the left side, having to adjust, goes to the left hand to keep it inside the pin. Back to the right side, Beatty with a swing down the line. Great rally to start off this first set. Dropped in and receive. Legler-Clark, the setter for Rally Squad. Legler-Clark gets to it, set to the outside, and the block there once again as Beatty and Veltman combine. Able to get across as Lindner with the attack. As service that time by Marcel is out the side. First point of the set there by Rally Squad is the service error. So Yela Seeley, Nadia Lindner, Amarai Endies, Sarah Legler-Clark, Sarah Kovac, Daphne DeMariol, and Jessica Reynolds, the Rally Squad team, as well as Christine Pichinen. Tipped into the middle that time by Veltman around the block there, set up by Endies. Another point to Just for Fun. As it's 4-1 here in the early stages of this first set. Load serve, passed up, push to the outside, swing cuts down the line. Point goes to Just for Fun. Excuse me, make that a Rally Squad point. And it's another one for Rally Squad. (4-3) here in the early stages of the opening set. Forearm set there by Marcel, gets it to Clary, able to push down, can't quite find the baseline. And we're tied at 4. And he's still serving here for Rally Squad. Passed up by Marcel. Right ball set to Beatty off the top of the block. Can't quite get there. As Just for Fun ends the mini rally there by the Rally Squad. And it's 5-4. Back out in front are Just for Fun. As Beatty will come back to serve. Float serve by Megan Beatty is a good one. Scramble out of system. Brought back to the left side. Met by a block there by Veltman. And it's another point for Just for Fun as Kelsey Veltman gets across with a solo block. Here's Beatty once again. Float serve, passed up. Forearm ball to the outside on the swing off the block. Marcel able to dig it up. Pass back to Clary, and she find the baseline. Great job defensively. And on second ball, can't quite get it across there. was Lagler-Clark, but great defense on both sides of the net. And it's 7-4 for Just for Fun. Here's a serve again by Beatty, this time out the sideline. Service error, this time the point goes to Rally Squad. They're back within 2, it's 7-5. Seeley back to serve here for the Rally Squad. A float serve here by Seeley. Goes off the arms of Marcel, it's a service ace. And Rally Squad back within 1. Great serve that time by should make that Kovac on the serve. Sarah Kovac. Another great serve passed up by Wong. Forearm set to the outside. Clary with a great adjustment. Dug up. Lagler-Clark, good swing on the cross-court attack that time, and the Rally Squad are tied at 7. Nadia Lindner on the attack. Float serve, this time it goes out the back. And it's a 1-point advantage once again, it's 8-7. Seeley and Demariel anchoring the defense, and it's an ace that time by Clary. Great location, goes right in between the seam. And it's a 9-7 advantage. Goes right in between Seeley and Demariel on the serve. Serve this time by Clary's a spinner. Great pass though by Demariel into the middle. Great block coming to help in that time was Marcel. As Marcel and Veltman combined for the block. And it's a 10-7 lead now for Just for Fun. Another spinner by Clary, passed up by Demariel. Lagler-Clark pushed to the outside. Swing goes off the top of the block. Set to the right side, swings over the top. Good dig defensively that time by Wong. Picks it up on the attack back this way. Jackie Ellis now rolled back over. Bit of a scramble on both sides. Ellis trying to settle it down, gets it to Marcel, tipped over the top. Pushed to the left side, tipped down the line, scrambled to keep it alive. Great job as Clary stays on it. Can't find the sideline as Clary. The attacking error, and the point goes to the Rally Squad, and they're back within 2. It's 10-8. Tipped over. Good location that time by Clary. Gets flushed back there. Gonna get sent over. Can't quite get there. And another point to Just for Fun. So that'll bring Veltman back to serve. And Nyhoff into the front row. Topper upcoming by Veltman. It's a great serve for the ace for Just for Fun. It's a 12-8 advantage here. Topper upcoming, another great serve by Veltman. Set into the middle, great job by Nyhoff to read it. Set back to the left side again. Good dig that time by Veltman. Forearm ball to the outside by Ellis. Great dig, Marcel. Can they scramble to get there? Excellent job keeping it alive by Rally Squad. Nyhoff to the outside. Marcel tools off the block this time. Shanice Marcel. Excellent shot selection that time. Great defense on both sides of the net. Great dig defensively here. As Just for Fun opens up a 5-point advantage, 13-8. Another great serve by Veltman. It's an ace. As Kelsey Veltman plays her pro ball in Portugal, in Porto. Great serve that time. It's 14-8 for Just for Fun. She find the sideline this time? No, just out the side. Another great serve though. But it's 14-9 as Veltman will come catch a breather and give an opportunity for Octavia Wong to come back onto the floor. Passed up by Marcel on the overpass. Bit of a miscommunication there at the net as Endies went up for it. And that'll bring Jackie Ellis back to serve. Brings Beattie back into the front row. Cross court serve, push to the outside. It's a great set. And it lands in play. And it caught a touch of the block as well. And it's 15-10 now for Just for Fun. And that'll bring Lagler-Clark back to serve. Good set to Marcel. Goes straight at Lagler-Clark, forces her to play it. It was a bit of a high attack and could have been going out the back, but forcing her to play is Marcel back to serve with a 16-10 lead here in the opening set. Topper upcoming by Marcel. Great serve. Lagler-Clark to the outside, off the block. Gets recycled. Lagler-Clark with a great back set. Excellent job that time. As Lagler-Clark able to find Kovac. And it's 16-11. Back to serve is Seeley. Float serve, passed up there by Clary. Back to Clary on the left side pin. Peachinen able to get there, trying to adjust, can't find the sideline, no touch on the block, and the point goes out of bounds. Point to Just for Fun, it's 17-11. Bring Kelly Nyhoff back to serve. A 6-point lead here in the opening set. Serve goes cross court. Lagler-Clark in the middle, gets blocked there by Veltman. As they try to run Endies in the middle. Lead back to 7, it's 18-11. So some separation here from Just for Fun. Passed up. Set straight up there, and the block, there's a tool out of play. Yes, it does. Point to the rally squad. As they're back within 6, as Veltman will come to the bench. So that'll bring Peachinen back into the middle as Endies will serve. Ellis tipped over the top. Lagler-Clark to the right side. Good swing by Kovac. And it's 18-13. Good find there by Sarah Lagler-Clark, getting Sarah Kovac on the swing. Back within 5, it's 18-13. Float serve by Endies, short into the net. Bring Megan Beattie back to serve for Just for Fun. They lead 19-13. Set into the middle, able to get across as Veltman, but can't quite get over to close the block. There's a swing out of the middle by Peachinen. serve, passed up by Wong, able to get there and bring it back in as Beatty. Marcel trying to stay aggressive in the attack, was rolling a little bit too far inside. Rolled on her a bit, gets caught into the net. Point goes to Rally Squad. They're trailing 19-15. Good serve, passed up by Wong. Ellis to the outside, rolled by Clary. Passed up, Peachinen. Gets it back to the left side and finds into the middle. Just in front of Wong, and they're back within 3. It's 19-16. Who's that? Must be Linder. Yeah. Serve passed up by Wong. Staying with it, great swing out of the back row that time by Beatty. As they side out 20-16. Great swing by Megan Beatty. Brings Samantha Clary back to serve. 20-16 the advantage for Just for Fun. Trying to close out their 3rd straight set here on the center court. Serve passed up. It's an overpass. Marcel puts it right back. Sent back, just going to get tipped over there by Lagler-Clark. Forearm ball by Wong, gets it straight up. Good swing there by Marcel. Lagler-Clark, great decoy on the step around fake and goes to the left side. Great activity along the net offensively there by Rally Squad. So they run the step around and then keeping the block scheme a little bit more neutral that time and having to play more reactive instead of commit. Push to that left side, and that split-second delay in the block movement allowed for the point to get converted there. But a great run this time, blocked, sent back over. No, point's going to go to Rally Squad. They're back within 2. It's 20-18. So great matchup back and forth between these two teams. Forearm ball by Ellis to the outside. Marcel, tip, finds the gap. Forearm ball set up, tipped off the block. Marcel gets there. Ellis on the step around to Veltman with a great swing. Can they get there? Lagler-Clark, no. Good pursuit, but can't quite chase it down. And it's 21-18 with Kelsey Veltman back to serve. Serve by Veltman. Passed up, Lagler-Clark to the outside. Recycles off the block there by Seeley. And it's 22-18. Good serve by Veltman. Outstanding movement on the serve by Kelsey Veltman. Coming off the hand, cuts and finds that sideline. 2 points to push here now for Just for Fun, 23-18. Topper upcoming by Veltman. Takes a bit of pace off this time, comes in tight to the net. Battle at the net this time. The joust won by Nyhoff. And it's set point 24-18. For Just for Fun. And it's a service ace to finish off the opening set for Just for Fun. As they take it 25-18 and lead the match 1-0. Join us back for the second set coming up right after this. Welcome back to the second set. Passed up there on the first serve by Seeley. To the outside, Lindner cuts down the line. Pushed by Beattie across, able to get there defensively is Seeley. Set that time, and the swing comes cross court by Lindner. Able to take second ball that time was Peachinen. And that'll bring Sarah Legler-Clark back to serve. So the first point of the second set goes to Rally Squad. Legler-Clark with the serve, passed up by Wong, set into the middle, and the tool off the block that time by by Nyhoff. And we're tied at 1. Shanice Marcel back to serve. Three dropped in and serve receive. Be a spinner upcoming by Marcel. Passed up by Seeley. Able to get there is Legler-Clark to the right side ball. Good swing by Lindner, gets caught up in the block. And Rally Squad sides out as Nadia Lindner plays pro in Switzerland. Back to serve here now for Rally Squad, leading 2-1. And that's going to be a service error this time as the ball goes out the back, and the point goes to Just for Fun, who tie it back up at 2. Float serve, passed up in serve receive by Lindner. Now dug up defensively, Lindner gets it across, tipped over there by Seeley. Ellis to the outside, rolls over the top of the block as DeShano converts for the point. And it's 3-2 for Just for Fun. Beattie on the serve. There's some development on the serve, and a great run out of the middle that time by Rally Squad. Excellent route by Peachinen and an excellent set by Legler-Clark. And we're tied at 3 here in the early part of the second set. Peachinen passed up there, set into the middle, and it's a great block met that time by Andy's little net movement. Point's gonna go to Rally Squad as Just for Fun called on the net. Samurai Andes, great job on the block this time for the Rally Squad. Float serve by Peachinen, passed up by Marcel. Forearm set by Ellis. Blocked this time and catches the sideline as Kovac and Endies combine for the block. And it's 5-3. Float serve again, Peachinen, great location, passed up by DeShano. Set into the inside, tipped over the block, great job by Veltman. Just to get enough contact on the ball for some misdirection, tips over top. Point drops in, it's 5-4. Swing there by Seeley, dug up well by Marcel, pushed to the outside, tipped over the top, able to get there. Legler-Clark to the right side, and a great tool that time by Sarah Kovac. And it's a 6-4 advantage now for Rally Squad, and that'll bring Kovac back to serve. Float serve by Kovac into the net. Brings it back within 1. It's 6-5 for Rally Squad. And that'll bring DeShano back to serve. Brack will receive here. Lindner off the arms there of Reynolds, sent over on the free ball by Kovac. Set to the right side. Swing, can't find the sideline or the block. They're going to say touch on the top of the block. Point's going to go to Just for Fun. And it's a 6-6 tie here in the second set. Float serve there by DeShano. Passed up, set to on the step around, and Marcel there for the block as Endies tries to get some movement along the net, but Marcel reading that one well. Bring the receive here of Reynolds, Kovac, and Lindner. Float serve again by DeShano. Brings that serve receive forward. Great location on the serve by Hannah DeShano. It's a 2-point advantage now for Just for Fun. And a 4-point run overall for Just for Fun to turn a 2-point deficit into a 2-point lead. DeShano again. Float serve, passed up. Reynolds takes second ball to the outside. Seeley finds a spot in a gap in the block. And it's 8-7 for Just for Fun. Yela Seeley. Back to serve. Float serve by Seeley off the arms of DeShano. Set to the outside, Marcel just gets it over top. Legler Clark to the left side, cut down the line, dug up by DeShano. Great swing, and it's dug up well by Reynolds. Brought back in by Lindner, just gonna get tipped over, joust at the net. Second ball taken across, and a great swing to finish off the rally by Nadia Lindner. Excellent sequence on both sides of the net. Great job defensively here by Reynolds and Seeley. Allows Nadia Lindner to put an end to a great rally. Ties the second set up at 8. Float serve again here by Seeley. Good location on it, moving DeShano to her right. Brought back, rolled over this time, dug up by Lindner. Back to Seeley out of the pipe, and a great swing by Yela Seeley. And it's 9-8 for Rally Squad. Great pace and physicality jumping out of the back row. Yela Seeley gives the advantage back to Rally Squad. It's 9-8. Float serve, Seeley this time, can't quite catch it. Tied back at 9. Great serve that time by Veltman, dug up by Reynolds. But back the other way, and Marcel puts an end to it. And we're back, everybody. 11-9, the advantage for Just for Fun. Just a injury timeout as Shanice Marcel looks to have tweaked her knee. Hopefully she'll be okay. It's all good. We'll fix it up. Chisel down the line. Point goes to Just for Fun. It's a 12-10 lead here as Rally Squad back to serve. Float serve here by Endies. Push back to the left side, swing off the block there by Clary, and it's blocked by Legler-Clark. Point to Rally Squad, it's 12-11. Serve here again by Endies. Good float serve. This time out the back on the service error. Point to Just for Fun. That'll bring Reynolds back onto the floor. As serving will be Jackie Ellis. Float serve. Passed up. Legler-Clark to the outside. Lindner on the attack. Able to get there is Wong. To the right side. Beatty off the block. Kept alive by Lindner, sent back over, forearm ball to Lindner. Nadia Lindner. Great sequence for Rally Squad. Back within one, it's 13-12. That'll bring Sarah Legler-Clark back to serve. And bring Sarah Kobach back into the front row. Float serve by Legler-Clark. Passed up by DeShano. DeShano gets it back on the swing. Point goes to Just for Fun. As Clary back to serve. Topper upcoming by Clary. It's a great serve by Samantha Clary. So much pace on the spinner, drops in front of Reynolds. And it's a 15-12 advantage now for Just for Fun. Topper upcoming again here by Clary. Great serve again, but it's dug up there by Seeley. Legler-Clark gets flushed back over by Beatty as the set drifts a little bit there on Legler-Clark. As the lead now up. Going to call a reserve here. Is it? Clary's serving again, so back to 15-12. Passed up to the outside, and a great cut down the right side. Great conversion there for Rally Squad. The attack there by Lindner. Back within two, 15-13. With Nadia Lindner back to serve. Set by Ellis to the right side, and the attack that time by Beatty. Side out right away for Just for Fun. They're back up by 3. 16-13. Reynolds, DeMariol, and Seeley in serve receive. Legler-Clark to the right side. Good cross-court attack, able to get there is DeMariol. Legler-Clark to the right side. Kovac on the attack. Or Just for Rally Squad, they're back within 2, 16-14. That'll bring Pichanen back to serve now for Rally Squad, trailing by 2. serve here by Peachinen. Passed up by Clary. Set. Great run over the top. Able to get there on the attack on the swing from DeShano. Back to Seeley off the block. It's recycled. Second ball taken now. Forearm to the right side pin. Kovac can't quite find it. As Kovac mishits that one. Goes out of play. Point goes to Just for Fun at 17-14. With Megan Beattie back to serve. Just for Fun will stay here for their last pool play game in the next matchup, as they will take on the Thundercats Black team, the 4th seed in the tournament. There's Kovac with the serve. And a dump inside by Jackie Ellis. And he's anticipated, couldn't quite get there in time as Ellis converts. That'll bring DeShano back to serve. Good float serve by DeShano. Great pass though by Reynolds to the left side. Seeley can't find it. And the block is there to meet the attack by Yayla Seeley. Float serve by DeShano. Lagler-Clark to the outside. Seeley rolls over the top this time. Great shot that by Yayla Seeley. Is it back within 3? 19-16. Bring DeMario off and Lindner back into the front row with Seeley back to serve. 19-16 for Just for Fun. Float serve by Seeley, passed up by Clary. Into the middle, and great run that time by Veltman. Just so fast getting into the air as Ellis able to find her. And before the block can react to take away any attack lanes, it's already pinballing through and onto the floor. As Veltman will now go back to serve. Passed up by Reynolds, having to move to get there is Lagler-Clark. Seeley stays aggressive with a roll shot out of the back row to the left side. Tip comes cross corner. Great contact on the block there by Endies to keep it alive. Set to the left side and a tool out of play by Lindner. Great sequence by Rally Squad. So again, Endies able to get across, intercept, just to keep the rally going. Enough contact on the block to allow the defense to pick it back up, and a set to the outside to Lindner, who converts off the block. Back within 3, 20-17. Ellis. Back to Beattie, out the back on the attack, no touch on the block. As Rally Squad back within 2, 20-18. Float serve. Jackie Ellis into the middle, great dig to get there as Endies. Lagler-Clark sends over on the free ball, takes Ellis out of first or second contact. To the left side of the block that time by Peachinen. Able to read and get across. Back within 1, our Rally Squad, 2019. It's Christina Peachinen. Float serve again by Endies. Passed up by DeShano. Into the middle. This time sneaking it through on the attack is Nyhoff. Just for Fun, back up by 2 as Kelly Nyhoff with the attack out of the middle from Jackie Ellis. Lagler-Clark back to serve. The scoreboard corrected here for you. It's 21-20 here for Rally Squad. Set by Clark to the Ellis to the outside, and the good swing goes cross court And we're back tied at 21. Great serve that time by Clary. Goes into the stands for an ace for Just for Fun. And it's 22-21. Serve upcoming here by Clary. Set up by Lindner. Good cut in the middle, and we're tied back at 22. Serve this time, DeShano picks it up. Ellis to the right side. Beatty on the block as Seeley gets across as Peachinen joins her on the double. 23-22. As Lindner continues to serve. Float serve upcoming. Good movement on the serve there by Lindner. Wong to the outside. Great swing by DeShano. Ties it up here at 23. Served by Nyhoff. Passed up by Lindner. Legler Clark and Kovac with the swing. It's now set point here for Rally Squad. Good serve. Off the arms there, DeShano, gonna get brought back in. Sent over on the free ball, an opportunity to close out the second set. Into the middle, Tools out of play. And Rally Squad take the second set, 25-23. As these two teams split this match, 25-18, the difference for Just for Fun in the opening set. 25-23 in the second set for Rally Squad. Thanks for joining us. We'll be right back as a pool play continues to wrap up here. So the next match will be Just for Fun against Thundercats Black. We'll have that for you coming up in about 15 minutes time. And welcome back to the VPA 2026. We're getting set for the last pool play game before Power Pools take over this afternoon. It is Just for Fun taking on Thundercats Black. We'll get the scoreboard changed as soon as possible to reflect that. So Rally Squad will actually be Thundercats Black until we get the schedules or the scoreboard switched around. But again, the Just for Fun roster, they've been here for the last 3 matchups. This is their third of 3 in a row here on this court. But Thundercats Black, a team of Megan Kessner, Tessa Mark, Cecilia Zhang, Kiyomi Ellis, Rihanna Amos Ross Fisher, Tyra Crap, Winnie Yang, Jacelyn Nye, and Mary Rio Florido. As the first point of the set goes to Just for Fun. Off the arms, brought back in. Set into the middle. Great swing, and it's met by a block that time by Amos Ross Fisher. And we're tied at 1. It's Cecilia Zhang. Gives the ball off to Kessner. It'll be Kessner serving. Float serve by Kessner, short into the net. Point goes to Just for Fun. It's 2-1. Kessner set into the middle, can't quite find the run to Amos Ross Fisher. 3-1 the advantage now for Just for Fun. Passed up by Crop. Set to Kessner, just tipped over the top there by Nye. Great swing coming across there. Able to get across on the block there was Amos Ross Fisher, but pinballs through on the swing by Samantha Clary, and it's 4-1. Float serve, passed up by Rio Florido. Kessner, forearm pass gets there, crap swing out of the back. Goes cross court, set up there to Beattie off the top of the block. Point goes to Just for Fun, and they're leading 5-1. We'll start off the opening set here, the last pool play matchup. We'll shift to Power Pools coming up after this matchup. Get ready for the playoffs tomorrow. Passed up by Rio Florido. Kessner to the outside. Off the swing there by Nye. Off the block and out of play. On the swing there by Crap. As she'll come back to serve, and it's 5-2. Tyra Crap. Float serve. Forearm set back to the right side, and a great swing there by Beattie. And a side out that time by Just for Fun, and it's 6-2. It'll be Nyhoff back to serve. Float serve by Nyhoff, clips the tape. Set to the pipe there by Crap, can't just get enough pace, no. It's a good idea there by Tyra Crap. Trying to go an off-speed shot out of the back row, clips the tape, comes back over. Straight down the sideline, doesn't find it. Service error from Just for Fun, and the point goes to the Thundercats. The Amos Ross Fisher back to serve. Float serve, short goes into the net. The service error. The point goes to Just for Fun, and it's 8-3. Beatty back to serve. Short into the net. Teams trade service errors. Back within 4 of the Thundercats. As Jacelyn Nye back to serve. Float serve here by Nye. Ellis to the left side. Roll shot there by Clary. It's a great shot selection that time by Samantha Clary. Off-speed shot rolls into the pot. And the point goes to Just for Fun. They lead 9-4. Topper upcoming here by Clary. Great pace on it. Passed up by Rio Florido. Able to get there is Kessner. Good swing across there by Zhang. Can they keep it alive? They will. A little transition and free ball into the middle and moving along the net. And converting for the point is Keome Ellis. It's the block scheme on the other side, a little scrambly to get set. Kind of swinging unopposed, clips a bit of the tape. As Cecilia Zhang will go back to serve. Passed up by Clary. Ellis to the outside. DeShano gets back across. They'll try again. Tipped over this time by Ellis. Forearm set. Up top. Cutting down. Can't find it as Krapp tries to turn on it. Point goes to Just for Fun, and it's 10-5. Serve into the net this time. It's 10-6. Back to serve now is Mark. Swing goes cross court. Can they keep it alive? Yes, great movement at the net. Brought back by Just for Fun and free ball transition. Scramble to get there is DeShano. Set into the middle, having to adjust and just get it tipped over the top. Set to the pipe. Swing comes through. No touch on the block. Point goes to Thundercats. 10-7. Set to the left side. Top swing off the top of the block there by Krapp. Ellis to the left side, and DeShano swings through. Back for another point for Just for Fun. It's 11-7. Float serve comes right at the seam. With a scramble to get there. Krapp on the left side. Good swing comes through. Forearm set to the left side. DeShano cuts down the line. Another point for Just for Fun. Good find there by Hannah DeShano. Jackie Ellis back to serve. Float serve here by Ellis. Passed up by Nye. Set into the middle. Great dig that time by Florido. Swing off the block. They'll recycle again. Set into the middle, and a great run that time as Kessner able to find Rihanna Amos Ross Fisher. Great activity and movement. And a good shot that time by Thundercats, and they're back within 4. Kessner back to serve. Good float serve by Megan Kessner. Ellis goes straight up. Good touch on the block that time by Krapp. Krapp gets it back on the swing, goes cross court. Answered back the other way as Beatty was there. Forearm set to the left side. Tipped over the top, able to get there, no. Point goes to Thundercats. They're within 3, it's 12-9. It's coming back, it'll be Kessner serving again. Trying to trim the deficit to just 2 here in the opening set. Can't quite convert on the serve. It's an error that time from Kessner. Hannah DeShano back to serve. Float serve by DeShano. Passed up by Krapp. Set into the middle. Good block that time by Nyhoff. Back to the left side again. Transition off the block touch. It's Beatty. Good touch to get it there. And going to go off the forearms and out of play. Like it might have been a lift there on second contact nonetheless. Great dig to pick it up on the aggressive swing. It's a 5-point gap now, 14-9 for Just for Fun. Push into the middle, good cut that time, and can't get there on the defensive scramble as Thundercats convert and bring it back within 4. As Krapp will come back to serve. 14-10, the advantage for Just for Fun. Off the arms there of Clary. She'll get it back, swings away, can't find the floor though, no touch on the block. Thundercats back within 3. Krapp tries to go with a short serve and can't quite convert. Service error, and the point goes to Just for Fun. Float serve by Nyhoff. Passed up by Rio Florido. Set into the middle. Another good conversion on the set there by Kessner. As she finds Rihanna Amos Ross Fisher. As she'll come back to serve. 15-12, the advantage for Just for Fun. Passed up by DeShano. Right side ball, tips off the top of the block, able to get there to pick it up defensively as Krapp set into the middle. Just gonna throw tip off the block. Set to the right side, tipped over and out of bounds, no touch. And it's 15-13. It's served by Amos Ross Fisher. Set into the middle and a great swing that time by Veltman. She gets a great set coming across and kind of runs into that 30 gap. And it's a 3-point advantage for Just for Fun, as Beatty will go back to serve. Float serve, goes out the back. Service error, the point goes to Thundercats, 16-14. As Jacelyn Nye will come back to serve. Good float serve, passed up there by DeShano. Run the C ball to Beatty, pinballs through the block. Good job by Ellis to get across. The point goes to Just for Fun. They lead 17-14. Topper upcoming. Served by Clary. As Krapp swings, goes short into the net, and another point for Just for Fun. Serve coming here from Clary. Topper upcoming. And it goes out the side. Point goes to Thundercats. Point to Just for Fun. They're leading 20-16. Again, first set of the last pool play matchup here on the main court. We get set for the men's power pools after this. Passed up by Wong. They run the step, just finding the baseline on the swing by Nyhoff. And it's 21-16. Jackie Ellis back to serve. Just over to the sideline, Rio Florido plays it up, set to the left side, Crop off the top of the block. Wong able to get there, back to DeShano. Kessner, second ball, swinging away that time again was Crop. Pushed back to the left side, DeShano off the block, picked up by Rio Florido. Kessner able to get there, Crop off the line, off the block and out of play. Good swing that time by Tyra Crop. Chisels and tools off the block and out of play, and point goes to Thundercats with Kessner back to serve. Pass comes in tight, set to the left side. Great swing that time. And back to first set point here for Just for Fun. Leading 24-20 here against Thundercats. And serving is Kelly Nyhoff. Passed up by Rio Florido. Kessner on the right side ball, gets it across. Good swing that time by Jacelyn Nye. Sent over by Ellis. Takes Kessner out of second ball. Little miscommunication there, and they roll, gets caught up into the net. And the point goes to Just for Fun, and they take the opening set 25-20. Join us back for the second set right after this. And welcome back to the second set. As Ellis to DeShano off the block. Comes back over, point goes to Thundercats. He's getting across there was Rihanna Amos Ross Fisher. Passed up by Wong. Set to the right side, DeShano off the top of the block. Picked up by Rio Florido. Set to the left side, and the block this time by Nyhoff. Sends it back. Point goes to Just for Fun. As DeShano back to serve. Set to the left side. Off the block, able to get there is Beatty. Wong, forearm set to the left side, pin to Clary. Good cut down the line. Little scramble defensively, but it's kept alive by Thundercats. Ellis to the outside, rolls inside is Clary. Kessner to the right side, off the block and through as Kropp converts for Thundercats. As they lead 2-1. As Tyra Kropp will go back to serve. Float serve by Kropp, passed up by Wong. Ellis into the middle and a big swing by Nyhoff. Goes over top of the block, set up by Amos Ross Fisher. As Veltman comes back into the front row and Nyhoff will come back to serve. Float serve by Nyhoff, passed up by Kropp. Kessner into the middle. Blocked there, and the overpass put away by Clary. Serving run for Nyhoff will continue here. (3-2) the advantage for Just for Fun. The attack through there by Zhang. Amos Ross Fisher. Passed up there by Wong into the middle. Great cut and a tool out of play on the swing by Veltman. Serve goes out the back from Beatty. Service error, point goes to Thundercats. As we're tied at 4 here in the second set. Float serve by Tessa Mark. Back to the left side and Clary with the attack, but getting across the block is Kaomi Ellis. Point goes to Thundercats. Served by Mark, overpass there by Clary. To get there, Zhang goes cross. Tipped back over, gets recycled. Point goes to the Thundercats. As they lead 6-4. You want to see if they can get new towels from facilities? Yeah. Pass up by DeShano to the right side. Trying to swing away cross court. There was Veltman, but can't find the court. Attacking error, point goes to Thundercats as they lead 7-4. as Tessa Mark go back to serve once again. Float serve here by Mark. Passed up by DeShano. Set to the left side. Roll shot that time by Clary. Off-speed shot. Block was already up, committed, and finds the gap defensively as Clary will come back to serve. Topper upcoming here by Clary. Good spin and dip on the serve that time by Clary. To an ace, and they're back within one. Topper here by Clary. Goes right at the same spot. Passed up by Krapp to the left side, off the block there by, on the swing by Zhang to the outside. DeShano finds a seam in the block over top of Kessner. And we're back tied at 7.
I just fixed tourney because I had
Serve up by Clary. Goes cross court. Great dig by Wong. Second ball by Veltman to DeShano over top of the block. Hannah DeShano. Great sequence by Just for Fun.
Yeah, so you'll be recognized.
8-7 the advantage here. It's Clary. Tip comes into the block as Veltman gets contact on it, but comes back across, and the point goes to Thundercats. Passed up by DeShano. Set back to DeShano, over top of the block again. Great job by Hannah DeShano. 9-8 the advantage for Just for Fun as Veltman back to serve. Topper upcoming here by Veltman, short into the net.
I knew your floor towels, so.
12-9 the lead for Just for Fun. Gorham set to the left side as Krapp with a roll shot picked up. Scrambled in tight to the tape. Runs to the outside and a good swing that time by Krapp. It's set to the outside by Kessner, and the activity in the middle for Thundercats allowed the push to the outside to work with a slight delay on the block. Float serve by Kessner, passed up into the middle, and a great swing to side out by Nyhoff. So 13-10 the advantage here. With DeShano back to serve. Set into the middle, gets recycled off the block and gets eaten up as Nyhoff gets across. Just enough of a touch on the block there by Kelly Nyhoff. Lead up to 4 for Just for Fun. It's 14-10 as DeShano back to serve. Good serve by DeShano, passed up. Set to the right side, swings, tools off the block there by Crap on the swing. Float serve by Crap, passed up by Wong, able to get there is Ellis. Forearm set to Clary, tips down the line. Good scramble to pick it up there is Crap. Back to Zhang on the left side, finds the back corner on the swing by Cecilia Zhang. And it's 14-12. Float serve upcoming here by Crap. Passed up by DeShano. Ellis to the right side, and a great swing that time by Beatty. Great sequence from start to finish there from Just for Fun. Great pass and receive. Ellis gets the block ski moving a little bit, flips behind her to find Beatty without a block, and a great swing by Beatty to finish it off. It's 15-12 with Nyhoff back to serve with a 3-point lead here in the second set. Served by Kelly Nyhoff. Set to the right side, getting across. Great dig that time by Ellis. Second ball taken by Veltman, tipped over. Opportunity now for Thundercats to respond. Zhang goes cross, picked up by Clary. To the pipe to DeShano. It's away from the block, but it's dug up there by Thundercats. Off the block through, and the Thundercats side out and pull back to within 2. DeShano with a swing this time out of the back row, able to clip it off the block. Set up by Kaomi Ellis. 16-13 as Beatty back to serve. Serve and the point goes to Just for Fun on the ace. They're up by 4. Swing off the block, push back to the left side, swings through, and it's blocked there by Veltman. As the separation here from Just for Fun, they're leading 18-13. Great cut this time into the middle as they find Ellis. Back within 4. down, good cut that time by Clary. Goal gets picked up, set by Ellis to the right side, off the block. Comes back through as Clary puts it away. Another point to Just for Fun. It's 19-14. As Samantha Clary will come back to serve. Topper upcoming here by Clary. Set to the left side, tipped over by Zhang, able to get there, it's dug up. And tipped over the top by DeShano, comes back in, Clary gets there. Great location on the pass by Clary. Tips off the block and comes back over, point goes to Thundercats, 19-15. Good pass back to the right side and a great conversion that time by Veltman. Good find by Ellis on the set to the right side. (20-15) the advantage for Just for Fun. Looking to close out and finish atop Pool A. 20-16 the lead now after the service error. Float serve comes back through. Pass up and receive. Forearm set there by Kessner. Back to the right side as Beatty converts on the right side swing. 22-16. Set back to the left side, cross court, can't find it. Attacking error, the point goes out of bounds. Conversion there on the swing by Thundercats. 23-17. Passed up by Wong. Ellis into the middle and a great swing by Nyhoff. Gets it to 24-17. DeShano back to serve for the match. Served by DeShano, clips off the tape and the overpass, and Nyhoff puts it away. As Just for Fun take the second set 25-17. Win the match 2-0, 25-20, 25-17. Join us back coming up here pretty shortly as we will get started for the men's power pools. So we'll see you then. Welcome back to the Queens Athletics and Recreation Center. The 2026 Volleyball Pro Am. We're into Power Pool schedule now, as we have Adapt taking on VPA. Top two seeds on the men's draw, as Dmitrievich with the first serve, passed up by Rabbit. Gomes to the outside and a swing off the platform of Coppers and out of play. The first point goes to VPA. Again, a wealth of talent on both of these teams. Adapt is Clay Couchman, Mark Wilson, Reed Venning, Brandon Coppers, Sam Cooper, Nick Dmitrievich, Eric Jansen, and Pedro Casalato. As Gomes back to serve for VPA, and it's served into the net. Adapt, the two-time defending VPA champions, as Coppers back to serve. And the VPA team led by Zach Hutchison, Jake Gomes, Dax Tompkins, Isaac Heslinga, Craig Terkildson, Alex King, Brendan Mills, Jacob Walker, and Lexan Rabbit. Point goes on that one to Adapt. They take a 2-1 lead. Coppers playing in Poland and played at McMaster University. As they lead 2-1, both of these teams finishing atop their pool in pool play. Coppers with the serve, great serve, passed up by Hutchison. Gomes to the right side, tipped over the top there by Heslinga. Kept alive by Casalato. Rolled over the top, passed up by Rabbit. Back to the outside, swing by Walker. Great job by Coppers to keep it alive. Tipped over by Venning and dug up, no. Excellent job by Brandon Coppers getting a touch on that one to keep it alive for Adapt. And it's 3-1, already seeing a high caliber, high quality action here between these two sides. And great individual effort to get there by Coppers, as it's 3-1 for Adapt. Topper upcoming by Coppers. Passed up and received by Rabbit. Gomes plays it up for Walker, rolls it over by Heslinga, over to Sam Cooper. Sent back over. Gomes back to Heslinga, and Isaac Heslinga puts it away. Great set that time by Jake Gomes. And it's 3-2. Back to serve is Isaac Heslinga. Former University of Alberta Golden Bear. Dmitrievich with the set, trying to get Couchman isolated, and it's read there by Tompkins. Another point for VPA. We're tied at 3. Heslinga back to serve again. Spinner upcoming by Isaac Heslinga. In between Casalato and Coppers. Venning, great dig up by Rabbit. Gomes to the outside. Hutchison off the block. Great touch by Coppers. Getting there is Dmitrievich, sent over by Casalato. Gets time for everyone to get back in. Gomes tip into the middle, and Tompkins with the attack off the block. As Dax Tompkins puts VPA in front, it's 4-3. It's a swing by Tompkins out of the middle. The block coming across by Venning. Heslinga back to serve again. Takes a bit of pace off this time. Casalato gets there, and a scramble out of serve receive there from Adapt. It's that sort of off-speed serve after a couple with heavy pace. Tough to adjust to sometimes, and Heslinga does it again. Venning with the pass up. Dmitrievich to the right side. Cooper off the block. Tompkins gets there to join with Hutchison, and it's 6-3. Great activity by Dax Tompkins, who gets across to seal the block with Hutchison. And the swing by Cooper has tons of pace on it, but met perfect timing by Hutchison and Tompkins, and it's 6-3 VPA. Heslinga serving again, takes a bit of pace off this time. And this time goes out the back as it doesn't catch the spin or the float that time. Point goes to Adapt, and Couchman will come back to serve. Couchman playing in Greece. His pro volleyball career. Push to the outside. Hutchison, tools off the block. as he finds it. Cooper gets up there. The tools out of play, and the point goes to VPA. They lead 7-4. Passed up by Coppers. Push to the outside. Venning off the top of the block. Getting across there was Walker, but too much pace on the attack that time from Reed Venning. It'll be Sam Cooper coming back to serve. Topper by Cooper, and gets a bit too much float, goes out the back, and the point goes to VPA. And it's 8-5. Jacob Walker back to serve for VPA. Topper upcoming by Walker. Good to get in front of that one as Coppers. Venning gets high over top of the block, but goes out of play. Triple block comes over and sealed there for VPA. Venning reaching so high, trying to come cross court with that triple block sealed, and gaps over on the tee. But can't find that sideline. Passed up by Castellato. Dimitrievich gets there. Venning off the block this time. Rabbit able to pick it up. Walker keeps it alive. Heslinga swings through. Dimitrievich finds Wilson. Great cut by Mark Wilson. Heslinga sends it over out of the back row into the middle again. Wilson this time turns and buries one into position one off of Jacob Walker. Excellent sequence on both sides. Adapts putting that one away on the cut by Mark Wilson. And it's 9-6 for VPA. Reed Venning back to serve. Great serve by Venning. Heslinga picks it up. Wilson gets there, but intercepting that one is Gomes. Jake Gomes to the outside. Hutchison off the block. Getting across is Wilson and Dimitrievich. Big point that time for Adapt. Great sequence on this side. Hutchison swings away, but the block there is Dimitrievich and Wilson get across. As Venning back to serve again. Great serve by Venning, picked up by Rabbit to the outside. Hutchison cuts down the line. Cooper gets there. Castellato back to Cooper on the C ball. Cooper gets across, finds a sideline. See Walker coming across saying it was out. The official says it was in. So it will be a point for Adapt. Did look pretty close down the sideline. But the point will stay with Adapt. Great serve again by Venning. Picked up by Heslinga to the outside. Hutchison, smart tip down the line. Excellent job there by Zach Hutchison. Sees the block get committed. Able just to tip down the line. Finds a great gap in it. 10-8 for VPA. Hutchison back to serve. Zach Hutchison. Serve into the net. Point to Adapt. And it's 10-9. Wilson on the serve. Little hybrid serve for Wilson. King cuts to the sideline. Does he find it? No. Point's gonna stay. It'll be Adapt. Tied at 10. Wilson with the serve again. Out of that hybrid serve by Wilson, goes with the pace that time. Heslinga. Side out for VPA as Isaac Heslinga gets up over top of the block. That'll bring Alex King to serve. Boat serve by King, off the arms of Venning for the ace. And it's a 2-point advantage now for VPA. Alex King to serve once again here. Bit more pace this time. It goes out the back on the service error. As it's 12-11 for VPA. And that'll bring Nick Dmitrievich back to serve. 12-11 the lead for VPA. Float serve by Dmitrievich, passed up by Hutchison. Gomes to Hutchison. Runs a step to the inside, and the response by Gomes finds the back corner. It'll be back row hands there from Gomes, who puts it away. Point's gonna go to Adapt. The attack came out of the back row in front of the attack line. Point to Adapt. Hutchison passes up. Gomes with the flush on the pass in tight. Excellent decision there by Jake Gomes. And great execution on the pace there by Gomes just to flush it away for the setter dump. And it's 13-12 for VPA. Jake Gomes back to serve. Topper by Gomes, can't find the sideline. Point goes to Adapt, and we're tied back again at 13. It'll be Brandon Coppers back to serve for Adapt. Serve by Coppers out the back this time in the service error. VPA back out in front, it's 14-13. Isaac Heslinga back to serve. 3 dropped in and received. Castellato, Coppers, and Venning. Passed up by Coppers. In tight, Coppers runs the swing out of the back row off the top of the block there by Tompkins and out of play. Great pipe route that time by Coppers. Veered off to the left a little bit as Couchman will come back to serve, tied at 14. Float serve by Couchman's a good one. Chit Gomes to the right side. Walker met by a block by Venning. The right side attack by Jacob Walker as Reed Venning closes over, takes away the pin. As Adapt now back out in front, it's 15-14. Couchman. Hutchison on receive. Gomes, great push back to Hutchison on the outside and finds the sideline off the deflection. Great push to the outside on that set by Jake Gomes. Good pace on the set, gets it out to Hutchison, who swings cross off the block and finds the sideline. So we're tied at 15. As Dax Tompkins back to serve for VPA. Float serve by Tompkins, cuts down the line, Castellato picks it up, Coppers, second ball to Sam Cooper. Rolls over the top now, recycles back to Wilson, across to Venning, rolls off the block. Well, drops in, Walker may be called on the net as well as Adapt. Retakes the lead at 16-15. As Sam Cooper comes back to serve. Serve by Cooper, takes a bit of pace off. King gets there to the outside. Hutchison off the block. Wilson gets across with Dmitrievich. Take away the swing there by Hutchison. 2-point lead now for Adapt. It's 17-15. As Wilson gets across. Cooper back to serve. Topper here by Sam Cooper. It's the back of Mark Wilson. That one stung a little bit. Service error gives the point back to VPA. They're within one at 17-16. Jacob Walker serving. Topper upcoming here by Walker. And it's a service error. Point back to Adapt. They lead by 2 and Venning back to serve. Great serve by Venning. Passed up though on the far side there by Heslinga. Dmitrievich to the outside. Coppers wipes it through, able to pick it up as Hutchison. Gomes back to Hutchison off the block. Castellato gets there. Venning scrambles. Coppers trying to find it. Sends it over on the free ball. King to Gomes to the outside. Hutchison goes to the left hand. Little scrambling to get across. Coppers swings away. Great rally. Cooper to Dmitrievich to Wilson. Goes to the left hand. Recycles. Venning back over. And a fake by Jake Gomes on the block puts an end to the rally. And the point goes to VPA. It's 18-17. Back across to Cooper, can't find the sideline. Point goes to VPA. As they're back within two, 21-19 in the opening set of power pools between VPA and Adapt. Both teams finishing first in their pool and seeded 1 and 2 coming into the tournament. As Hutchison back to serve. Float serve by Hutchison goes out the back. Service error and the point goes to Adapt. It's 22-19. Get there. Wilson with the serve for Adapt, passed up by Hutchison. Good set by Gomes to the outside and a swing by Heslinga, but it's dug up by Coppers. Back over to Coppers, through the block, picked up by Walker. Gomes, outside, Heslinga comes back with the left. Coppers has to get out there. Cooper on the swing, Coppers finds a gap in the block, Brandon Coppers. And it's 23-19 for Adapt. Wilson, back to serve here for Adapt. Get a 4-point gap, 23-19. Served by Wilson. Set into Alex King, recycles in the block by Coppers and Couchman. Brings us to set point here for Adapt, 24-19. As Wilson will try to serve out the set here for tipped over and it finds a sideline. Rye. Serve coming here by King, finds the baseline, no, gonna be a service error and it goes out the back. What's the score? I'm off a bit, 23-22. So Adapt is here, 23, 22, Heslinga ties the set up at 23 apiece. Isaac Heslinga gets up over top of the block and puts that one away. As we're tied at 23, Jake Gomes back to serve for VPA. Topper upcoming by Gomes, passed up by Coppers, Dmitrievich into the middle of Couchman. Dug up by Gomes, comes back over, Castellato, Dmitrievich to Cooper, can't find the block and it goes out the side. As VPA take the opening set, 25-23, as we'll get set for the second. Coming up right after this. Second set action underway here between VPA and Adapt. VPA taking the opening set 25-23. Hutchison with the dig off the attack from Venning. The outside, Walker. Dmitrievich gets it across the Coppers. The block is there from Tompkins. Cross and a triple block. Heslinga, Tompkins, Walker combined for the triple. And the first 2 points of the set go to VPA. Here is Jake Gomes on the serve. Flips off the tape, flushed back by Tompkins. Gomes gets there, gets it across to Tompkins. Hit it, but able to get it across the net. Rabbit picks it up. Gomes to the pipe to Hutchison. Set back. Gomes gets it across to Heslinga. Coppers comes across. Cooper sends it over on the free ball. Rabbit gets there. Gomes across to Walker off the block. Great touch there by Venning. Can't keep it alive, and the point goes to VPA. And the first 3 points of the set go to VPA as Gomes will continue to serve. Serve again here by Gomes. It's a bit of pace off. Set comes in tight, push to the outside, and a great swing this time by Brandon Coppers. Squeaks through the block as Coppers converts and gets Adapt on the board. As Dmitrievich will go back to serve. Passed up by Heslinga. Gomes finds Tompkins in the middle, comes back off of the foot of Tompkins. I think it should have been kept alive. There's a touch off the block, then came back off the foot of Tompkins. Point's going to go to VPA, or excuse me, to Adapt, and it's 3-2. Dmitrievich serving. Passed up by Hutchison. Gets there as Gomes. Trying to run a shoot into the middle to Tompkins, who picks it up. Walker gets there, picked up by Rabbit, sends it across by Hutchison. Push over to the left side. Coppers gets through. Dug up by Gomes. Kept alive. Tipped over Heslinga. Dmitrievich. It's across there. Heslinga keeps it alive. Back to Isaac Heslinga on the right side. Can't find the baseline. Point goes to Adapt. Great rally comes to an end on the attacking error by Isaac Heslinga, but it's tied at 3. Gomes to the outside. Walker off the block, comes back in. As Adapt take their first lead of this second set. As they lead 4-3. Dmitrievich still serving. Passed up by Hutchison. Gomes to the right side. Heslinga off the block and out of play. As Isaac Heslinga finds a way to side out. Great elevation on the right side by Heslinga. As he's back to serve. Float serve by Heslinga. Coppers gets it over to the left side to Cooper, squeaks it through. As Cooper gets a side out this time for Adapt, and they retake the lead. It's 5-4. Jacob Walker back to serve for VPA. Dmitrievich to Cooper. Hutchison gets a touch on the block, gets it back from Gomes. Hutchison! Great swing over the block, off arms and out of play. VPA brings it back level. We're tied at 6. With Jacob Walker back to serve once again for VPA. Great serve by Walker. Off arms and into the stands. Gives the lead to VPA. They're up 7-6. Another great serve by Walker. Dmitrievich gets it across. Rolled there. Able to get there. Walker can't quite scramble to get there. As Adapt pulls level. Side out there by Adapt, and now Cooper will go back to serve. King gets in the way of that one as Hutchison trying to find block and couldn't quite get it. Gonna call the touch off the block, and it does. As Hutchison was looking for it, he was able to clip it off the outside of the hand, and now Hutchison back to serve. Served by Hutchison. That comes inside. Flex back through Coppers. High ball set to Venning off the top of the block. Castellato gets there. Dmitrievich into the middle to Wilson. Can't quite get there as Walker. Point to Adapt, and we're tied at 8. Passed up by Hutchison to the outside. Heslinga throws it into the block. Point to VPA. King back to serve. Set to Wilson, and it's a block by Heslinga. As Isaac Heslinga times his jump perfectly, takes the swing away from Wilson. And it's a 10-8 advantage for VPA. Rolls off the tape, comes inside. Wilson gets it right back. Great response by Mark Wilson. After getting blocked on one, comes right back, swings away on the other, and it's back within one. It's 10-9. Heslinga gets up over top of the block and tips it across, finds the pot. Gomes unhappy with the toss, gets it back across, flush through, bit of a scramble to get there. Gomes finds inside, and a great set to get Tompkins. and it's 12-9. And it's an ace by Gomes. As Jake Gomes pushes it to 13-9 for VPA. Topper upcoming here by Gomes, goes to the float instead. Dmitrievich gets it to Coppers. Block scheme was there, ready for it. Walker back to Heslinga, trying to angle down the line, can't find the block or the floor. Point goes to Adapt, they're back within 3. Cooper swings across. As Sam Cooper, Heslinga takes that one. The point goes to Adapt. And it's 13-11. Good find in the middle to Tompkins. And the block sent back. Heslinga gets across. As Heslinga and Tompkins get there. And it's 14-11 for VPA with Isaac Heslinga back to serve. Great serve by Heslinga. Sets it up. Cooper rolls into the block, gets recycled. Forearm pass back to Cooper on the left side, off the block again. Finds a sideline. As VPA pulling away, it's 15-11 here in the second set. Short serve this time by Heslinga. Service error, the point goes to Adapt. They're back within 3. Here is Coppers. Short serve into the net. 16-12, the advantage for VPA. Bring Dax Tompkins back to serve. Float serve by Tompkins. Set into the middle and a block by Alex King. Puts the lead back to 5 at 17-12. Serve by Tompkins. Gets it to Venning, and the overpass by Hutchison swung up. Great job to get there, Castellato. Sent over on the free ball. Gomes back to Hutchison, tips over the top, and it's in. Scrambling to get there, Castellato. Looked like he may have gotten a touch underneath, but point goes to VPA. They're up by 6 at 18-12. Tompkins back to serve again here for VPA. Timeout taken by Adapt as they trail by 6 in the second set.
Coming out of the timeout, 18-12 the lead for VPA as Tompkins back to serve. Served by Tompkins. Brings across, picked up by Tompkins. Coppers takes first ball to the outside. Venning! Blocked by King and Walker. And it's 19-12 VPA. Tompkins serving again. Float down the line to Cooper. Cuts down the line. Great shot that time by Sam Cooper. Gets to the outside of the block and comes straight down the line. Tompkins there. Takes a deflection off his arms and out of play. 19-13. And a service error this time. Eslinga leaves that one. And it's 20-13 with Walker back to serve. Tipped into the middle, gets cut across. Then back to the outside, Hutchison rolls across as Castellato there. A great location on the attack that time by Hutchison. Gets it to 21-13. Walker into the net. Back to within 7. Sam Cooper back to serve. Here is Sam Cooper. Kind of moving on that serve by Cooper with a bit of tail. Gets it across. Hutchison with the attack. Great side out there by VPA. Great pass up, set to the outside from Gomes as Hutchison converts. 3 points to push now for VPA to close out the match. Zach Hutchison back to serve. Off the tape, passed up by Venning. Dmitrievich to the outside. Venning gets it through. Touched by Hutchison. Gets there. Great scramble by Rabbit. Sent back over. Can they be big at the net? They will. It's dug up though. Dmitrievich gets there. Castellato sends it over. Rabbit to the inside. King! Blocked in the middle as Venning comes across. Outstanding rally back and forth, and Adapt come away with it. There's a block across there. Excuse me, it was Wilson on the block. Venning serving. The pace off Rabbit with a great pass up to the outside. Heslinga tips it across. Castellato gets there. Cooper to the outside. Coppers triple block. Walker comes underneath as Coppers. Gomes goes up for the fake at the net. As Coppers sends it over and it goes out of play. It's 23-15. Alex King, great serve, picked up by Venning. Overpass, Heslinga, dug up by Castellato. Push there by Dmitrievich. Wilson just gets it across, sets to the outside. Heslinga delays the jump coming across. Triple block was there. A bit scrambly on defense, but it's kept alive. Gomes push outside. Heslinga comes across. Castellato gets hands on it. Another point there for VPA, and it's now match point for VPA. 24-15, King to serve. Alex King can't get the spin or the float. 24-16. We'll bring Rabbit back onto the floor. And Mark Wilson back to serve. Notched up there by Hutchison. Gomes, forearm set to the outside. Heslinga recycles off the block. Gomes again in the dump as Jake Gomes puts an end to the second set and the match. They take it 25-16 and win the match 2-0. Join us back for the next Power Pools matchup, taking place shortly right after this.
Hello? Oh, hello? Yeah, now it's working.
It was working.
Was it? Okay. I gotta get these rosters out here. Where's, oh, you have void there. Jake just texted us. Welcome back to the Volleyball Pro Am here at Queen's University. We got a big matchup right now going with Adapt versus Void. There is a chance still for Void to take the top spot in this power pool. They do have to win very easily, so it's gonna be a tough matchup for them, but Hello? We're back. Sorry, folks, my microphone just died, so we're back on with the new microphone. Served by Yuki Fujioka. Once again, another kill by Mark Wilson. Seems he's causing havoc on this Void squad as he puts Adapt up 19-15 here in the first set of the afternoon power pools at the Volleyball Pro Am Championship here at Queen's University. Mark Wilson with the serve. Nice hybrid serve from Mark Wilson. Gives a free ball back to a Team Adapt. And Void decides to commit, a double commit on the middle blocker, Clay Couchman, and they succeed. Puts them within striking distance of Adapt. Tim Gibson to serve. It's a good reception from Reed Venning. They opt to go to position one there. And Eric Jansen rips the ball down the line. It's a good swing there from Eric Jansen as Nikola Dimitrievich goes back to serve. Nice pass from Matt McGurr. And Dennis Cota shreds the ball down to 6. Great set from Liam Gray, and as he comes back to serve. Team Void within 3 here at the Volleyball Pro Am Championship Power Pools. Liam Gray with the float serve. Reed Venning handles it. Back to Sam Cooper. That live arm is crazy. He can just rip the ball through the block, and a lot of the times it's just bending your fingers back and scoring. So he showed it there, and he now is back to serve, so we'll see if he can do the same thing on his serve here. Good rip from Sam Cooper, just out of bounds in the back line there. It's a good serve from Ben Moffitt. Gets the overpass. No. Back row hands, that shouldn't be a call, but looks like there's not too much arguing there from Team Void. It's a great swing down the line from Yuki Fujioka. You can see all of his precision shots. You know, he knows what he's doing with the ball, and he's taking advantage of that line being wide open. Good float serve from Dennis Cota. Another great swing in the back, or actually that was the front row from Eric Jansen. Seems like Eric Jansen's been kind of playing a bunch of roles for this Adapt team here, which is allowing their team to kind of rest. It's been a great addition to the squad this year. Out of system ball for Void. Hoffman off the top of the block. Venning goes for the recycle. Looks like a free ball's coming over. You can only imagine they're going to the pipe with Sam Cooper. That's a powerful swing down through the block. Set point for Team Adapt. Float serve into the net by Eric Jansen. Brings Hoffman back to the line for Team Void. Sam Cooper with a great pass, and Nikola Dimitrievich puts the set away for Team Adapt with a nice dump. You can mute me if you want. Hello? Hello? Are we live? All right, folks, we're back with the second set of the power pools, the second last power pool match of the afternoon here at the Volleyball Pro Am Championship between Adapt and Void. We'll see if Team Void can make a comeback here. It's a pretty good set from Liam Gray. Ben Moffitt goes for hands and Dimitrievich pulls, so that goes point Adapt, and Dimitrievich is back to serve. Serve into the net, point Void. Ben Moffitt back to serve. Serving spin. Nice change up short, beats Pedro Castellato. You don't see that often here, folks. That's a good serve from Ben Moffitt. Ben back to serve. He rips at Pedro. Tight set by Dimitrievich, forcing Cooper to tip. Goes back to Hoffman, and he puts the ball away in the cross court through the block of Eric Jansen. Point Void. Another change up for Ben Moffitt. Reed Venning handles it easily, and Sam Cooper puts the ball away in the deep cross court angle. Point Adapt, and Sam Cooper goes back to the line. Sam Cooper serves a tough spin serve down to the one sideline, handled well by Ben Moffitt. Out of system set by Team Adapt. And Reed Venning squeezes through the block. Point Adapt. Way to get out of that situation there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. You got it. Yes, thank you. Middle, Tim Gibson. Oh no, that's Dennis Coda. And Chris Hoffman finishes the point. Thank you. Point to Team Void. Looks like they're staging a comeback here. It's a good slowdown there by middle Mark Wilson. And Reed Venning tools the middle blocker's hands out of bounds, gives Adapt a 5-4 lead here in the second set. This is a big set for these two teams. The winner of this set will determine who finishes second in the power pool top 3 of this year's Volleyball Pro Am Championship. Captain Clay Couchman back to serve. Nice pass by Yuki. Good swing, defended by Dimitrievich. Reed Venning goes for angle, and the block takes it away, forces him to make an error. That's point for Void. Oh, that's a tough one there for Chris Hoffman as he nails his middle blocker in the back of the head. Eric Jansen back to serve. It's a good float serve at Yuki Fujioka. Tim Gibson just flies over the block, but handled well by Sam Cooper. Nice dig by Matt McGurr. Goes back to Chris Hoffman in the back row. This has been developed into quite a rally. See if Reed Venning can finish it off. No. Set or dump. This is goes to the middle. Nice dig. Nice chase down by Cooper. Giving a free ball over here. Tim Gibson. Goes out to the outside to Yuki. A nice tip coverage by Reed. He goes for the middle. Good pickup by McGurr. And finished off by Tim Gibson. What a rally. That's a big point for Team Void. As Yuki Fujioka goes back to serve. It's a nice short serve to Mark Wilson, but he's experienced. He handles that quite well and gets the ball right back. A nice little give and go, as some people like to say, a pass to attack, P2A. Reed Venning back to serve. Reed Venning rips the 6. Matt McGurr handles it quite well. High ball set to Ben Moffitt. Great attempt at the block there. I think maybe if there was a challenge system, he might have got some hands, but ref calls no touch. Point, Adapt. Reed Venning back to serve. A nice changeup by Reed. He handled well by Moffitt. High ball to Moffitt again, goes for their cycle, and gets blocked by Dimitrievich. Reed Venning back to serve for the 3rd time to give Adapt a 10-6 lead here in the second set of the Volleyball Pro Am Championship Power Pools. Another changeup Handled quite well by McGurr. We go back to Hoffman in the back row. Reed Venning digs the ball over the net. Out to Moffat, one-on-one. Hits a very disciplined angle. Coach's shot, as some might say. Deep corner. Tim Gibson back to serve. That's a great float serve in the seam of Castellato and Venning. Causes some trouble for Team Adapt. Gives Void a 1-point deficit. Gibson to serve. Castellato handles. And Mark Wilson is surprisingly blocked by Dennis Coda. Great block by Coda. Tim Gibson back to serve. Float into the net. Mark Wilson back to serve. We'll see if we can see his signature change up here. Nice hybrid serve. There it is. Handled well by Fukuoka. Ben Moffat with a line shot, dug beautifully by Eric Jansen. High ball set goes to Cooper. Cooper rips, covered by Venning. Back to Cooper. He goes off the block and out of bounds. Finishes the point for Team Adapt. What a rally. Sam Cooper's got quite a live arm, as you can see here on the stream. He's able to finish those high ball sets very nicely. Mark Wilson to serve. A good float to 6, handled well. And Dennis Cotto puts the ball down to 6. Point Void. They're not going away yet. There's one on the net, I think. Nice serve by Liam Gray. Tough free ball pass. Those are the ones you don't want to give away, especially when you're trying to compete for second place. Reed Venning in the pipe. Ball out of bounds. Unforced error by Reed Venning. Gives Void the equalizer in the second set of the power pools. Liam Gray back to serve. Another hybrid. Castellato handles well. Out to Sam Cooper. He hits down the line. Looks like another unforced error. Void is taking a 12-11 lead here with some consistent serving from Liam Gray. Let's see if he goes back to the hybrid or if he decides to stick with the float. Handled well by Cooper. Eric Jansen recycles. Back to Cooper. Another recycle, Pedro Castellato. Back to Cooper. And he hits the hands. We got some honesty over there by Team Void. We'd like to see that here at the championship of the Volleyball Pro Am. Nice float serve by Dimitrievich. Someone's on the net. Looks like Eric Jansen puts his hand up to signal he was on the net. Void just keeps that 1-point lead for now. Ben Moffat to serve. We'll see if he goes into this changeup or if he decides to rip. He rips into the net, point, adapt. Sam Cooper back to the line. Sam Cooper to serve. Wow, ball comes back over on a scramble play. Goes out to Venning. A nice dig by McGurr. Out of system opportunity here for Adapt. Eric Jansen goes over the block. Nice dig from Ben Moffitt. Chris Hoffman. Another chance for Jansen. He hits it out and in. Out and in, I mean over and in. What a shot by Eric Jansen. Keeps Cooper on the line and puts Adapt up by 1. Sam Cooper to serve, serves the ball in the net. Gives it a good tug though, I'll give him that. Nice serve by Dennis Cota, handled well by Castellato. Goes to Clay Couchman and he finishes the ball off the block. Point Adapt. And Clay Couchman back to the line. Fujioka rips off hands. Smart player once again. Point Void. Like I said before, if Void wants a chance to finish second in this power pool, they got to win this set. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's a good changeup by Hoffman. The ball is set a bit inside, but it allows Jansen to squeeze the ball through the block. Tough for Fujioka to adjust. Reed Venning back to serve at 17-17 in the second set. He rips into the net. Tough one when you're going for complete power in this game. It's only minor adjustments can make those balls go to the net. Tim Gibson back to the line. He serves the ball out of bounds on the float. Gives Adapt the equalizer here in the second set. Mark Wilson with a good float serve. Ben Moffitt doesn't handle that float very well and makes an error after the action there, trying to go for hands down the line. Another point, Adapt. Nice float serve by Mark Wilson. Great swing by Sam Cooper. Picked up well by Fujioka, forcing a free ball over the net. Sam Cooper again. You don't see that often in this gym. It's out, it's out. Little arguing there, but in the rule book it states ball touches the ceiling, ball's out of bounds. Point goes to Team Void as they equalize here in the second set. Float serve out of bounds by Ben Moffitt, or by Liam Gray. Nikola Dimitrievich back to the line. Handled well by McGurr. Back to Ben Moffitt. And he puts the ball away in the deep cross angle. Good call. Ben Moffitt back to serve. He rips at Castellato. They're out of system at Sam Cooper, and he nails it down the line. McGurr can't handle that power from Sam Cooper. It brings him back to the line here. Sam Cooper rips a sideline to 5 serve at Fujioka. Forces a free ball over. And Reed Venning out of system. Recycles nicely. Great, very, very good back pipe set by Dimitrievich. Allows Sam Cooper to nail the ball to 5, beating Matt McGurr and giving Adapt a 2-point commanding lead in the second set. Sam Cooper elects for the changeup. Fujioka handles well. Chris Hoffman blasts off the top and scores a point for Team Void. Brings them within 1. Float serve by Dennis Cota. Out to Reed Venning, and he makes an error off the line shot attempt. Gives Void the tiebreak point here. Nice float serve by Dennis Cota. Back out to Reed Venning. And he squeezes the ball through the block, and Ben Moffitt's unable to handle it. Point Adapt. Clay Couchman back to serve. handled by Moffat. He gets the ball back in the pipe and makes an error. Gives Adapt the set point here. Oh yeah, match point. Great option by team captain, or I guess middle blocker Mark Wilson of Adapt makes the great option on the 30 and shuts the door to end this game for Team Adapt. We will be right back, folks, with the final power pool match of today at the Volleyball Pro Am here in Kingston, Ontario. Welcome back to the 2026 Volleyball Pro Am Championship and the final match of the power pools here today. We got Ethan Ellison going back to serve. Serves a float, but it looks like Nick Barber just narrowly dodged it. So
Fun fact, I went on a recruiting class trip with Ethan to arm serve.
really
Yeah.
interesting. He ended up going to Laval.
Yeah. I ended up going to Western. So
Yeah, true.
yeah, it was a great recruiting.
They did well there. Where is this? Serve into the net. Point Ball Brothers. Ridings back to the line. Serve float. Serves it out of bounds.
We should go upstairs and everything's done there, eh? We should go up and make sure it's clean.
Yeah, Jake's up there right now doing that.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go upstairs.
Better get her done. Where is the Reds thing? I can't find the Reds one. Enter Dubé. Attacks down the line. Reds the fence, and they go back down the middle for a nice kill. Point Reds. As they're staying in this one. They're staying in. Alex Ryu back to serve. Serves float. Zach Albert handles that. Goes back to him for a high ball with a cheeky roll into the pot. Point for Ball Brothers. Scores 15-12 here in the first set of the last power pool match. Nice swing down the line there from the Reds player Jonas Ziethemel. Couldn't get that one up down the line, Ethan Ellison, so point goes to the Reds. They're within 2 here. Served by Alan Millerwood. And Ethan Ellison goes to the middle 30 attack with Max Crowther, or Jaden Crowther, sorry. Point for Ball Brothers. Andrew Dubé at the line. Serves float. Handled low by Ryu. Goes to Ziethemel and he crushes it down the cross court. Point Reds. Nick Barber back to serve. He serves float and it clips the tape and doesn't fall over. Point for Ball Brothers. Zach Albert back to serve. That's a high float there from Albert as the ball flies out of bounds. Point for Reds. They're within 2 here. They're sticking around just long enough. Maybe make a comeback here in the set. Nice serve by Ziethemel and it goes out of bounds. Nice leave by Zach Albert here. Jaden Crowther to serve. Serves float, short on Ziethemel. Handled quite well. Ball goes off the block. And a point goes to the Reds. Jacob Isno with the serve. Goes back to Dubé. A nice tip recovery. A nice transition by Alex Ryu. That was a great kill down the cross-court angle. Point for Reds. It's a big break point here. Isner to serve. Nice float to 5. Creates an overpass. Nice dig by Ben Kissack. And the Ball brothers with the scrappy play win the point. Ethan Ellison to serve. Serves float down the 5 sideline. Great pass by Ryu. Dan Proto with the dump attempt, but picked up well by Ball brothers. Puts them at 20-17 here in the first set. Ethan Ellison to serve. Z Pemel goes out to Ryu with a cheeky roll shot. Gets the ball down in the pot. Reds inching closer. Dan Proto to serve. Goes for the high float, jumbo style. And it lands in, gives Reds a good break point. Dan Proto back to serve. A nice float, handled really nicely. Goes out to Andrew Dubé, decides to throw tip. Free ball coming back over. Back to Dubé. He crushes it cross court, gives Ball brothers the important side out. Gives them that 2-point lead. Daniel Ridings to serve. Right in the net. Point Reds. Nice swing by Max Crowder. Nick Barber, throw tips. Picked up well by Ben Kissack. Got a little joust at the net. Goes to middle blocker Alan Millerwood. Dubé with the throw tip. Picked up well by Ellison. Set out to Zach Albert. Picked up well by David O'Coin. Nice swing by Nick Barber. This has been quite a rally. Zach Albert goes for the point and gets blocked by Alan Millerwood. What a rally. Gives Reds an important break point. Ryu to serve. Handled well by Kissack. Back to Albert. He kills it over the cross-court angle. Side out Ball brothers. Float handled well by O'Coin. Z Pamel swings cross court, gets blocked. Barber gets dug, and Albert goes to the back bump. Back to Barber. Great dig by Ethan Ellison. Goes to the pipe to Ryu. Goes for the roll shot. And Zach Albert with the help gets the block. Ball brothers up by 2. Great pass by O'Coin. Alan Millerwood takes the ball back to 5. Scores a really important side out for Team Reds. Alan Miller with the serve. Good float, handled well. Goes to Jaden Crowther, and he's blocked in the middle as Reds get another break point to even the score at 23. Alan Miller with the serve. Serves float, puts some trouble on the Ball brothers. Andrew Dubé gets blocked. Ball goes out to Albert. He throw tips and he scores. Ball brothers with a set point here in the first set to claim that first place in their power pool. Handled well by Zeith Hamill. He goes for the point and gets slammed by Jaden Crowther to end the set. What an amazing showing here by these two teams. Welcome back here to the final set of the Power Pools today, the Volleyball Pro Am Championship at Queen's University between Ball Brothers and Reds. Score is 2-1 for Reds at the moment. We'll see if they can take this set here after losing a tight one to Ball Brothers in the last set. Handled well by Kissack. Nice set. Nice set from Ethan Ellison out to the pin, and Zach Albert takes full advantage down the line. 2-2. Hamel handled well. Proto to Barber. Someone's on the net. It looks like none other than Drayden Crowther is the culprit. 3-2 for Reds. Nice serve there from Alan Millerwood. And a huge dig. And an error by Hamel. Gives Ball Brothers the point. Float serve handled well by Hamel. Proto forces the middle 30. Ball goes to Barber, and he gets absolutely slammed by Zach Albert. What a block. Jaden Crowther back to serve. Overpass killed by Max Crowder. And Ball Brothers creates some separation here in this final set of the power pools. Good float serve by Crowther, causes some trouble, and the ball lands. Point Ball Brothers. Float serve puts Reds out of system. Hamel hits it off the block. They get a free ball back. Goes back out to Hamel. A tip over the block doesn't score. Ethan Ellison shoots it out to Zach Albert, and the ball goes over the pin and out of bounds. It gives Reds the point here. Nick Barber back to serve. And the ball goes into the net. Gives Ball Brothers another 3-point lead here. Nice back pipe set by Proto, and Ryu hits into the net. Ball out of bounds, point to the Reds. Float serve by Hamel. And point goes to Zach Albert on that cross-court swing. Gives Ball Brothers a cushiony 4-point lead. Serve goes to Zach Albert. Barber, Ryu climbs the ladder, smashes it off the block. Ball goes back to Dubé. He errors on a no block. Point goes to Reds as they try and climb back here in the second set. Nice swing by Max Crowder. Gives Ball Brothers the 4-point lead once again. Nice swing from Jaden Crowther. Off the block gives Ball Brothers a 5-point lead here. It's a good swing by Nick Barber, just barely misses the hands. This point goes to Ball Brothers. Served by Max Crowder, handled well by Ryu. Ryu climbs the ladder and bounces the ball down the line. OT, great swing.
Can I bring these back to facilities?
Yeah, it's LL1.
Oh, not two?
No, two, sorry, two.
Okay.
And there's this one too down here, Matt. Thanks. Ball is down, Reds point. Ball Brothers in trouble. Andrew Dubé crushes the ball. Ref thinks it's outside the antenna. We're gonna play that again. Break point Reds with that tipping error from Andrew Dubé. Nice wipe attack on the outside on Nick Barber. Point goes to Ball Brothers. Reds aren't letting up anytime soon. All these strong attacks are leading to success. We'll see if they can keep that up here in the end of the second set here. Ryu back to serve. Great float serve, puts Ball Brothers in trouble. And it looks like they get bailed out on a nice swing by Daniel Ridings. Served by Ridings, attacked by Z-Pamel. He can't find the court, leads to another mistake, and Ball Brothers lead increasing. Z-Pamel down the line, hits the antenna. It looks like the ref doesn't see it. And finally, they blow the whistle. Daniel Ridings back to serve. Good pass by O'Coin. Back to Barber. He crushes it off the block. Point Reds as they seem to try and stage a comeback here in the second set. nice cross-court serve by Alan Millerwood. Jaden Crowther crushes it, dug by Proto. Zthamel off the block. Kissack with a great dig. Dubé goes to swing. Ryu dig. Ball out to Zthamel. He goes off the top of the block, dug by Ridings. High ball to Zach Albert. He gets blocked, covered by Dubé. And ball is blown down as the Reds take the point. Serve from Millerwood. Nice set by Allison. Crushed back down the cross court by Zach Albert. Gives the Ball brothers a 5-point lead here. Served by Jaden Crowther. Tipped back by Nick Barber. Doug goes to the pipe. Ryu swings. Doug again. Back to the pipe. Ball is rolled into the corner and Ball Brothers seems to find a way to make it work. As the lead gets increased by 6. Nice float serve. Zthamel out of system. He crushes into the block. Block. They recycle. Ball comes over free. Nick Barber handles it well. Goes out to Zthamel. And he crushes it off the outside of the block. Point Reds. Nick Barber back to serve. Ethan Allison flips it back to Andrew Dubé. And a nice line kill there. Gives the Ball brothers another 6-point lead. Score is 19-13. Sorry, my bad, 19-14 here in the second set. A nice swing by Nick Barber gives the Reds some life here in this set. Nice serve by Zthamel. Nice dig by David O'Coin, team captain of the Reds. Free ball back to Ball Brothers. Ethan Nelson to Andrew Dubé. Down the line, another dig by David O'Coin. Ryu goes over the block. Back to Andrew Dubé. He tips and he scores. Ball Brothers are 5 points away from securing this first place in this power pool. Zach Albert back to serve.
I'm not gonna worry about it, but I don't know where any of the game balls are.
Really?
Yeah, besides this one and this one. There's at least 2 missing.
That's a problem. There's 2 here? Oh, the one that we have. We brought 4? Yeah.
I brought 5.
5.
Yeah.
Fuck. It's a nice swing by Daniel Ridings.
I'm also not too worried, but it's not technically mine.
No, but still.
But they are technically mine now. I take it as
Very good. Where are we at here? Looks like Max Crowder back to serve. Handled well by Ryu. Goes back to Ryu. He goes for the seam and gets absolutely crushed by the block. Inches Ball Brothers that much closer to this 2-0 victory. deep float, handled well by Ryu again. He goes back to Ryu, and he scores off the block, getting his revenge. Dan Proto to serve. I was just about to say. Nice one-handed set. Dubé is on the line. Reds point. They have some life.
Come on, Dylan.
Dan Proto to serve. He floats it out of bounds as Ball Brothers are 2 points away from this match point. Nice float serve, handled really well by David O'Coin. Goes out to Nick Barber and he overcooks it down the line, giving Ball Brothers their first match point. Ethan Elson goes for the spin into the net.
Yeah, we have all the time in the world, Ethan.
Alex Ryu to serve. Serves float, handled well by Kisak. Goes to Jaden Crowther, dug by Proto. Zethamel goes for the angle, gets forced into the net. And this game is over, folks. That wraps up our stream today at the 3rd annual Volleyball Pro Am Championship here held at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario. We'd like to do a quick thank you to all of our sponsors helping us with this event, all of our volunteers. We can't do this without you guys, especially to our gold sponsors this year. We like to welcome them on the broadcast. We have Chow Accounting Services, Windsor Contracting, Jay Rayner Wealth Management, as well as Cottage Springs. So we appreciate all the help that you guys have given us over the years, and we look forward to another day tomorrow in the playoffs of the Volleyball Pro Am Championship.